Hello. Here we are again. Back with another stream.
Huh?
Huh? Oh my god, we have so many people at the start of the stream. Oh my gosh, what a full chat we have today. Welcome Ekmel, welcome Danoche, welcome Yanaku, welcome Karos, welcome Shoy, welcome Eventide, welcome Billboard, welcome Luna, welcome Murlocs, welcome Kate Wynn. Oh my god, it's a packed house today, isn't it? All right, well. Oh, the music is a little soft. I hope y'all are.
Huh?
Huh? I hope y'all are liking the new emotes. I spent all weekend polishing them. A few are a little bit a few are a little bit scuffed, like the Squishable one.
Huh?
Okay, y'all can't have enough of those channel points. Manu getting so professional. Prepare in about 2 streams. We're gonna lose Dancing Penguin. Nah, that's an icon. Our little penguin bro is an icon. But I was thinking we could have a little penguin dance, and we could kind of use that how do you say it? Choreography, and animate another character using that dance. Could be fun because it's such an iconic dance. In any case, you will probably see that our little Squirtle has a little bit of a flickering background. I'm not sure why that is. Let's see what else. I also decided to like fill up a few of the other emote slots just to have something there. So I filled up the followers emote slot. So I decided to make Squishtle and GG accessible to everyone. And I filled up the tier 2 and tier 3 ones with a really shitty XD emote. So in case anyone is stupid enough to pay more money than necessary, they get an XD. Vintage Manu would have made a dancing Squirtle. That's true. That's true. But we're going to have so many more characters in this stream. More than just Squirtle. You have so much power now. I made them so big. I like the sparkly ones. So to everyone who subscribed, I added 2 animated emotes. They're kind of placeholder, but I animated a little sparkly one. Just because I like moving sparkly things. I have a simple mind like that. And Twitch has this option to like wiggle your emotes like for free. So that's where the chaotic Squirtle comes from. And if you spam sparkles, the entire screen goes crazy. So I thought that could be kind of fun. In any case, as you can probably tell, we're gonna go texturing today. Sorry, I'm developing a bit of a cold today, but I'll try to keep my energy as low as possible so I don't get sick. Let's see, what are we gonna do? The first thing we're gonna do is we're gonna paint some ambient occlusion, just to prepare for the texturing process. So we want to have like big, huge gradients that are kind of like fading out underneath the overlapping geometry. So like places like here, underneath the arm, we're gonna have like a big, nice gradient, like very stylized. Like normally you would bake AO as well, like yourself. But in this case, we're just gonna paint it by hand. Just so we can make sure that from every angle you see these nice gradients. And then we can use that texture, the new ambient occlusion texture, we can use that in Substance Painter. So you spent your weekend on emotes? Well, let's just say it's my Sunday. But I was really chill because I can put it on my iPad and I just chill on the couch and just kind of polish some sketches. It's actually really, really relaxing. Manu doesn't know what BTTV is. Feels bad, man. I don't know that. I've heard of it though. It's a plugin, right? Does it give you like every emote? The emotes look really good. It paid off. Oh, thank you, Eventide. Yeah, I'm quite happy with them as well. I do think it's nice to have like more or less detailed emotes. They're still pretty detailed. Maybe with future ones, I would go a little bit simpler. But this is all just a learning process, isn't it? All right, so what I'm gonna do is I have not hooked up 3D Code yet. So I'm gonna do that right now. With a Windows capture 3DC. There we go. 3DC. Gonna move it down. Okay. So to anyone who wasn't here last stream, we have a tiny bit of update to the UI, to our streaming UI. And in the top right corner, you can now see the leaderboard for who used the most channel points. It does seem to be kind of... No, it's not fixed. Okay, Build Bird, very impressively, is holding 2nd and 3rd place simultaneously. It's very hard to beat. It allows you to use community-made emotes for free, but you need to install it as an add-on on your browser. I see. So people who don't have it, they don't see the emotes, right? That's kind of my gripe with it then. If I couldn't see it. Or if not everyone could see it. In any case, yes, this is very menacing looking, but let's just get straight into it. What I'm gonna do is, to anyone who's not familiar with 3D Code, this is just a simple texturing software as well. Well, it's a lot more. You can do it pretty much everything in it. But I like to use 3D Code just for texturing and hand painting. And if you press on 2, you go into full hand painted mode. So what I really like about this is you can have a live link with Photoshop. So if I press Ctrl P, it basically sends your current textures into into Photoshop. So what I'm gonna do, we baked a few maps last stream, and I'm just gonna throw our AO map in here. Like this. And I'm gonna call this, oops. I'm gonna call this base AO. Gonna rasterize it. And if I hit Ctrl S, suddenly in 3D Code, oh my gosh, we can see our AO map. How magical. So yeah, this is kind of the gist of it, of how I use 3D Code. It's just constantly switching between painting in Photoshop and painting in 3D preview like this. But I am going to go back into Photoshop and I'm going to show you what I would usually do is I kind of want to keep a very blank slate as much as possible. I can use this still kind of as a guideline. But let's see. So I'm going to save it again. Okay, it's lighter now. And I'm just going to go with a big brush. I'm just going to set a few basic gradients down here. And it's really nice because here your paint objects, you can like hide a bunch of different things. So I'm just gonna hide the body, and now I can just really simply paint a big fading gradient on the arms. So if we make this appear, I'm just kind of gonna erase. I'm gonna paint over and over until it's kind of like a soft big gradient. And this is not only nice for something you plug into the AO slot of your shader. This is also nice for texturing and for getting a little color variation in your crevices and stuff. And I also like stuff that's like more in crevices to be a little bit rougher if you're working with PBR. So I usually plug this map also into the roughness slot when I'm texturing. But I'll go over that once we start painting in Substance Painter. So I'm just curious, out of everyone who's here in the chat, who here would consider themselves familiar with PBR, like the PBR pipeline? Yes, yes. Kinda, okay, okay. You have proven me wrong, really. Okay, so this is kind of the level of gradients I'm looking for. This is stuff you can never bake in normal baking programs. Okay, so Katewin says kinda. If I remember correctly, Katewin, you do film, right? It's not game dev. So it can, or is that not right? Because I can imagine PBR in film is also a little bit different than game dev. I'm struggling with the roughness maps from time to time. Oh, that's perfect because I can dive a little bit deeper into it. I can kind of explain my thought process when it comes to designing your roughness map. Okay, so for this, I'm just gonna really roughly, I'm gonna enable symmetry. Oh. Should probably be in the center though. Around there. I'm just gonna paint a big gradient for under the outer shell. And then later I'm gonna delete the AO on the outer shell. A lot of things I thought I knew, just watching here has happily shamed me. I wanted to feature, but yeah. Oh, okay, gotcha. Yeah, so I'm not too sure how what the rules are for feature films. I'm sure there's a lot of overlapping principles. And I think if I just explain my thought process, I hope that would help a little bit. Also, if you're still open for that feedback, we can do that on stream. I think maybe after we finish the AO. But you'll have to tell me exactly what, how I can help you with that. Okay, so here I'm just kind of painting out some really soft shadows underneath this outer shell. And then later, oh shit. Didn't have symmetry on. Later we can use our ID map to completely remove the outer shell and make it look like the shadows coming from underneath. So like this, I think this is good. I'm gonna throw this in Photoshop again. And now I'm gonna import the ID map like this. And I will select the ID map of the outer shell. I'm just gonna delete this. Maybe expand the selection by a pixel or so, like this. And if I save this now, there we go. I think it's correct now. Yeah. I'm gonna put this on like 50. Pretty nice. So this doesn't have to take too long. Also, I made some mistakes in these holes. I think this is just a matter of I had to increase my baking cage. I didn't do it, but I'm just gonna paint this by hand to fix it. Normally, I would say just rebake this because the normal map is also going to be affected by this. But these are parts that are going to be covered completely by the limbs. So, it's a little fix. And then we have a layer for the arms, we have a layer for the shell. I think a nice gradient that comes from out of the tail hole or whatever. I think that could also be nice. And then I can show you how I would tackle gradients like that. Let's see, limb, shadow, and a shell shadow. Oh, okay, sorry. I was neglecting the chat a little bit. Sorry. Most people here are really talented. I agree, most people are really talented here. As a noob, I just take it as a huge win. That's a positive mindset, yeah. I don't know how other people feel, but the point leaderboard is covering some stuff I would like to see. Yeah, it's pretty big, isn't it? You're occupying 3 spots now. Let me see if I can fix this. Sound alerts. it doesn't work the way that I want it to work. I can make it less big, like top 4, but then it's literally only you, Buildbird. I made it smaller. Here, this one's for you. Congratulations. I don't need to see my name. Okay. Yeah, well, it's broken anyway. I don't know how to fix it, so. All right. Murloc redeemed. A derpy Murloc. Okay, let me see. I'll draw one for you. Right this moment. Just giving my opinion, I don't know how other viewers feel about it. I think it's great that you mentioned that. Manu, can you edit the UI live? I've seen other streamer format. They stream in different squares around the main screen as not to obscure piece of their content. Right. I can't really edit it live because it's like a website, right? Well, I can edit it in the website. Usually it's not obscuring much because I'm mainly streaming in ZRush, at least before this. But I have to say it is really, really hard to not block anything because programs are usually kind of designed to have useful stuff everywhere. So the way I have it set up in Painter, which I have open now, is I kind of scaled it down like this into the corner so the chat isn't blocking anything. Let me kind of brainstorm this. So if we have Photoshop is not a problem because you don't need UI. I think with 3D code we can do the same thing. So we can kind of scale it down like Painter, like this. But yeah, is this better, guys? Wait, I can just remove the leaderboard. I have to say the website I'm using is very glitchy, so I need to find some alternatives here. All right. I guess if you were to reduce it too much, you would lose 30 to 40% real estate. Is it? Yeah. You can put the leaderboard underneath the stream of some people. Oh, right. Like a widget. Oh, that's actually a really good idea. Yeah. We can do that. It's just, I really like these interactive elements in the stream. But I'm not really sure what, you know? I think leaderboards are fun, like stuff you can like impact as a viewer. But I don't want it to be like donation lists or something, you know? I would prefer if it was something that was just anyone could do. Let me show you the only interactivity you need. You only need gob. Okay, I have to think how to draw a murloc. Oh my gosh. I'll have to Google what a murloc looks like. I'm not an avid WoW player. Okay, I'll take a look at it for like 1 second. Okay, I looked at it for 1 second and I'm gonna try to remember it now. It's easy. Take a fish, give it arms and legs, and a hunchback. Google murky. Murky. Oh, that's cute. Okay, but okay. I'm gonna take Buildbird's advice as well. But it needs to be a cute one. Can you make murloc sounds? I have played Hearthstone. Wait, I need to hydrate first. Okay. Should I do a murloc sound on the top of my head? I think it's just like someone choking, right? Someone drowning. It's like... Is that it? Was that it? That's how he sounds in my head. Thank you. That's the best I can do. I'm not gonna try again. Okay, what was the prompt? A derpy. Oh, a derpy. Okay. It's a fish. But it's a derpy one. Okay. The original was done like that, but with yogurt in your mouth. I can totally hear that, yeah. Where did Manu go? Yeah. I mean, I did my best. How do I make a derpy one, though? I'm tempted to make a cute one. Oh god, how do I draw a fish, even? It's hunchback, right? So... Oh my god. I need to warm up. It has, like, lots of teeth. I think. And then it has these... antennas? Or something? Oh god, this is so hard. It's gonna look so bad. It's gonna look derpy unintentionally. Oh, I'm drawing in the background. Oh, what a disaster. Okay, this is a chance to try again. Sorry, guys. Manu is losing it? Oh no. You're clipping my impression. Oh, I have a better idea. I'm gonna have his mouth open like this. But how do I make him hunchback? Oh no. Okay, I'm not gonna start over again. So I'm just sorry for whatever I'm creating now. I'm very, very sorry. He has pants, right? It's like somewhat of an intelligent being. Is it like cutoffs? Like those jeans? He definitely has legs. Okay. It's going somewhere, guys. Don't worry. I have it all under control. He has like fish legs or fish toes. Somewhat of a frog character. Right? Tis a worm, tis a duck. It's a talking sock. It's the Wiggler. I mean, we're getting there. How to draw feet. Oh my god, these feet are so hard to draw. Okay. I'm feeling it. You know, you might disagree that this looks like a Murloc, but you can't deny that this is at least the vibe of a Murloc. And that's what I'm going after. He has arms. Right? Some weird froggy arms. What is this arm even? It's like frog nipples, right? Why am I drawing his face last? I think that should be the most iconic. He's like threatening you with his primal dance. That's what he's doing, in case you're wondering. It's like he's trying to protect his territory, his swamp. Okay. I'm postponing the head because I just my head is empty right now. He's about to start rapping exactly. Oh right, his face. He has like big eyes, right? That are kind of like next to his mouth. Like that. His teeth, right? This is not derpy at all. This is terrifying. I need to make him more derpy. There you go. So, solved. What does this stream become? Yeah, he needs to be less scary because he couldn't be derpy. Give him some pretty eyelashes. Make him a little cuter. Okay. He has this these tentacles here. That's what I remember. Like these red things. Yeah. Something like that. It's a nightmare. No. After my first coffee. Try rabbit teeth. Okay. Maybe that'll make him cuter. There you go. Fixed. How much points for a Pokemon wrap redeem? That's irredeemable. I need to make it more derpy. Let me add eyelashes to make it cuter. Yeah, that's how it works. Okay, where's his other arm? He needs to do something with his other arm. He could like, he probably needs. Okay, wait. First of all, these teeth, they're not really implemented or anything. They look kind of different from the other teeth, so I'm gonna add some like a little bit of gums to it, so it feels like it's more connected to each other, like that. Yeah, that's better. So it doesn't feel as disconnected. Okay, perfect. We'll talk about the quality, just the cost. Yeah, the cost is too much. At least 100 euros for me to publicly shame myself on the internet. Giving himself bunny ears? That's like really taunting people. Wait, he also needs like a nose. Yeah. Wait, what direction does the hand go? Oh. Wait. This direction. Does this even look like a hand? Looks so weird. I think so. There we go. Time's up, I believe. One found answer of time. Fair enough. One finger too many. I guess he has 4. But this looks kind of weird, right? It's gonna keep it like this for readability. Okay, I think this is pretty much done. This is my cute, derpy version. Murloc. I'll color it real quick for free, just for you. I'll do a quick grayscale, actually. What is a quick way to do that? Like this. Expand by 5. Invert. There we go. Yeah. Looking pretty good. I think he has like yellow eyes or something. Something creepy like that. I just want to color him because I remember him having these red accent colors. I really want to paint that because it's fun. Something like that. Yeah. Don't forget his jeans, of course. Very important. Yeah, we have a very unified color palette here. Okay, I'm not going to put too much more time into this. There we go. This one's for you, Murloc. It's like blue-green. Or both. Maybe both. Okay. Oh, no, I need to do his teeth, too. Sorry. I need to. I can't help myself. This is why I stop stream so late every night. I just have such little self-control when it comes to doing this stuff. Oh, gold teeth. That's actually pretty fitting. Yeah. Okay. We're done. We're done with this. The other hand has 4 fingers. Oh, yeah, you're right. Muffled yogurt out of 10. Perfect, thank you. I think you just copied an original Murloc. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Luco, welcome back to the chat. We just finished with I Am Murloc's request. We can call this a little self-portrait if you'd like. Or just an impressionistic version of Murloc. Okay, I'm gonna send this to you on Discord. Okay. Let me see. Art gallery. Portrait of I am Murloc. Per request on stream. Voila. I posted it. Do with it what you want. Where's the music? Ooh, that's the good stuff. Okay. Let's get back into it. So, to anyone who just joined, I am painting some very simple and subtle ambient occlusion. And we do this in preparation of our texturing process. So I do consider this part of texturing. It's very important, I think. Because you can reuse this map for pretty much anything you want. You can use it for roughness, you can use it for color gradients, you can use it for actual AO. It's pretty nifty. Textures, woo, yeah! Yeah, baby! Yeah, I love textures as well. Might be my favorite part. Ayo, ayo. It's very relaxing, I think. Texturing. We need some under the head like this. Like that. And now I'm gonna do something for this tail. So I'm gonna click on fill down here. Wait, is this visible? I want to make sure the screen isn't too small. I'm gonna click on fill. I'm gonna click on gradient mode. And now you can, as you can see here, you get two little orbs. And you can basically just move these around to generate a gradient in 3D space. Pretty nice. So this is white and black, and if I'm gonna click this, it fills a gradient on this. It should make a gradient on this object. Oh. Yeah, okay. So I have a nice little gradient. It's inverted though. There you go. So now we have a gradient there. I'm just gonna erase the stuff on top of here. And you can put this on the multiply blend mode. So sometimes I like to do AO just with gradients like this. You can also paint a little bit on top. Just gonna erase a little here. So it feels a little bit more, there's a bit more form. Like this. We're done with the tail now. Let's see. I'm gonna do the bottom of the head now. Let's make sure I save. painting. So I just want to check, is Kate Wynn here in the chat right now? Because she requested some feedback earlier. So we can do that when she has time. Shell, there we go. So I like to like paint a little bit too much AO as a base like this. And then rather do most of the actual painting by erasing like this. Like pretty much like this. I am Ayo. Okay, so I'm thinking we can do the feedback after I'm done with the AO, if you'd like. Maybe you can already think about how I can help you. Because keep in mind, I have only experience in game-ready characters and not in film characters. But if it's just shape feedback or like concept interpretation, I could probably help with that. Okay, I think this is decent. This is looking pretty alright. Should not forget the tongue. I'm just gonna do a linear gradient on the tongue as well. Tongue. Okay. So same thing again. Point 1, click. Big point 2, click. Yeah, like this. Boom, so easy. We instantly have AO just with this linear gradient. So fast. Look at that. Can I borrow a little energy? I am tired today. Oof. I'm afraid you have to ask someone else because I'm also very, very tired. It's probably going to be a little bit of a shorter stream. I feel like I'm getting a little sick again, unfortunately. It's just been so cold here. It's crazy. Like the other day, I think it was like -5, -6. Like super kind of suddenly. Yeah, I can't help it. I'm really trying not to get sick though. But part of that effort will be stopping the stream a little bit earlier. Okay, so I'm going to send this to Photoshop again. Another nice trick I would like to show you is once you have panels like this little rim in on the outer shell, like this part, we can actually give this a drop shadow, and it's pretty nice how you could do that. So if you're in Photoshop, you can just drag in your ID mask. You select it like this. Now I'm gonna fill this up with an arbitrary color like this. I'm gonna double click it. I'm gonna give this a drop shadow in Photoshop. Gonna make it black. And now you can decide how big you want this drop shadow to be. And now next or underneath opacity, you can change the fill to 0. And now you see only the actual layer effects are being shown and not the actual layer. So we now have a drop shadow for this outer layer. I'm just gonna rasterize it so it's actual pixels, and I'm gonna tone this down. All right, I'm gonna hop back into 3D Code, where you should now see a little drop shadow underneath this little border. Cool, right? It's like pixel perfect drop shadow too. So it's like really soft, really nice, really pleasing. This is especially great when you have like, I don't know, like clothing, like pockets on top of things, or like even with hard surface, like panels that are like sticking on top of other things. It's really, really useful. Appreciate it. Overall form and feel compared to the concept is all I care about in this stage. Oh, perfect. Okay, I can help with that. Same here with lots of snow. Yeah, usually I like snow, but only when it's outside and I'm comfortable inside. I want some tea mugs on the Sinterklaas game this weekend. Oh, awesome. That's I love mugs. Mugs are amazing. You can never have enough mugs. I would love to have just 100 mugs. But only if they're like big. I need really, really big mugs and not the standard ones. What was I doing? Oh yeah, I just have to be careful because this drop shadow does overlap in other UV shells surrounding it. So I'm just gonna kind of select everything outside of this drop shadow and delete it like this. Okay. What am I missing here? Oh, we can do the same for the toenails as well. Although I don't think that's on the same UV shell. I think I made the toes actually something separate. I wish there was more snow though. We went out and had a spontaneous snow fight last week and it was the most fun I've had in a long time. Aw. Here there's still a lot of snow actually. Like I discovered a new route to walk. It's like behind our house there's a like community gardens. And there's this super long path that people just don't walk because it's kind of just intended for people to reach the community garden. It's not really a park. So it's kind of hidden as well. It's really, really nice, and nobody ever comes there. But there was like so much snow there. It's amazing. Snow's only gorgeous through a window. It's nice outside as well, but it's just kind of sometimes it's just so cold that it hurts your nose. You know, not only because your nose gets cold, but also just breathing in is too cold. Like the air that goes through your nose is just way too cold, and it gets so uncomfortable. Yeah, it is cool because we kind of live in the middle of nowhere. I feel like there's not much near our area. I mean, I guess there's a park, but I don't like it that much. It's always very busy. And like there's so much trash everywhere. But finding this new area that's really close, it really revitalized my or it gave me a lot of new motivation to go outside again. And just take daily walks. Okay, now I'm just gonna delete the nails from here. And hopefully, or maybe I should not erase everything. Maybe I should do like this. Yeah. Okay, let's see this. Oh, that was the bottom. Okay. Yeah, this is just a matter of hand painting it. Also, if you're curious, this is kind of almost the exact same way that I do my hand painted projects. I do this in 3D Code. I use all the same techniques as I do here in hand painted projects. So like placing gradients, using this link to Photoshop, using these soft brushes to create AO. I've never touched 3D Code. It's really nice. I really like it. I know you can use it for other stuff as well. Like people like to use it for Retopo. But I just really love the link between Photoshop and 3D Code. I think we're almost there. I think it's looking pretty nice. Maybe this swirl can use a little bit of shadow. Swirl. I'm just gonna go over this. A really soft brush. Like this. Put the blending mode on like 50. And now I just simply erase. Really, really soft, like this. Bigger the brush, the softer the edges will be. There you go. It's a nice soft AO. Really, really satisfying. This is by far my favorite thing in 3D. Not AO specifically, but just texturing. It's just so peaceful. There we go. AO. I can lower this a little bit, maybe like 30. Cheers from the car cat, dude. Welcome back, Lucidarium. I hope your what was it? Your simulation of what were you simulating again? You're prepping files for a sim, right? I hope that went well. I'm just gonna, it's a little dark here, so I'm just gonna add a little bit of light here. So this is pretty much just hand painting. Just pretend you're hand painting a white plastic model. I think maybe that's why it's so fun to me. this white. Oops. What? Should be pure white, right? Okay, I don't know what's going on here. Just gonna fix this in Photoshop. I'm not quite sure what piece in the pipeline this is. This is yeah. So I'm preparing the AO. So I have a really useful map with big, nice gradients that I can use when texturing, when actually texturing in Substance Painter. Let's see, limb shadow. Gonna delete it from here. There we go. You'll see once I use it exactly how I'm gonna use it. Personally, I think myself and a lot of 3D artists are less skilled in texturing than sculpting. I think that's a fair observation that people have a harder time with texturing. But I also think that's because texture or sculpting is kind of the staple of 3D character art. It's like kind of like the how you market the entire profession is you get to make cool sculpts, and it's like it has been the staple since the dawn of time, you know, with marble statues, stone statues, wood carving. Like shape is just very, very important when it comes to 3D characters. And in a way, you know, when you're making like indie games or stuff that's like more simplified, texturing can become really, really minimalistic, right? You can have flat colors, you can have you know what I mean. But you can never really simplify characters in the same way. They always need limbs, a head, a face. Well, not always, of course, but most of the time. I'm just trying to fix this, so I'm a little bit rambly. I think we're pretty much done with this.
Hi, Mom. I'm on TV.
Hello, Kate Wayne. Glad to see that that text-to-speech still works. Did I send out the file for engine combustion and intake system? Also tried to do simulations myself, but oh man, physics and totally different thought pattern necessary, like learning the new software that does the same things similarly, but way different. That does sound very complicated. I don't think I'll ever learn something like that in my lifetime. I've never manually done an AO, so this is completely new to me. Always relied on Substance to make them. That's fair. I used to do the same. Just wait until you see the difference. It's massive. The problem with auto-generating AO is that oftentimes you just don't see it. You don't see it in the places that you want to see it. I'll show you exactly what I mean by that. Here. This is kind of the difference, right? This is what Substance Painter generated for me. Like, I'm zooming out for a reason, so you can kind of just see how readable the character is now. It's very not readable, right? But this is with hand-painted parts. You suddenly see the overlap between every single piece. And it needs to be big as well, because if you normally bake AO, like, it doesn't reach that far. It's only like very limited. So you want that control in your own hands, I think. I always thought it was because people don't finish their projects, so they don't have much experience in it. That's very fair. Yeah, it doesn't help that it's one of the final parts of the pipeline. That's for sure. What's a shape, Manu? Well, Webster's dictionary defines shape as the external form, contours, or outline of someone or something. So yeah. Sounds right. That'll make sense now, yeah. Like all this needs is maybe some shadow behind the eyeball. I wonder if this is necessary though. Okay, it doesn't really play nice with the shell that's inside of the eyeball. I'm gonna skip this part actually. I'm gonna delete this layer. I think we're done with this. Although this is getting a little dark. That's not very nice. Okay. Also, I have these weird jagged edges here. That's bothering me. Without using the program you're using, could it be okay to edit the AO substance give you? Yeah, absolutely. You can do it in Photoshop if you want. You don't need 3D code for this. You could also do it in Substance Painter. Like just import your generated AO, just put it on a layer, and kind of just paint black and white on top of it. You can use any software to paint this. I just think 3D code is nifty. Okay, this is a lot better now. Okay, yeah. This is good. Okay, we still need these barnacles here. I saw someone paint in marmoset. Is that possible, really? I've never seen that. I had no idea that was possible. We're doing KK songs now. Marmo 4 stuff. Really? How? Like actual painting? Like texturing? Or was it just like for other purposes? Okay, for some reason I have to concentrate when painting these soft edges. I think this is good. This is just kind of what I want. A nice little soft outline. Yeah, I think this is fine. Pretty much almost done with it. I do want to clean up these toenails a little bit, so I'm just gonna paint with white because there's like some gray pixels for some reason. Just gonna make sure it's a gradient that goes to full pure white, so it doesn't mess up my masks. I think they are actually doing a texturing suite in their stuff. Oh. It's not as complete as Substance, but it seems the painting is better than Substance. Really? I have to check that out. That sounds really interesting. Listen, I'm all for reducing the amount of software in my package, in my pipeline. Because it's kind of crazy how much you need and how many subscriptions you need to buy. Like, I don't hope this will happen, but I'm sure that in the far future, we're gonna have just one unified software that can just do everything, and it's all owned by one mega corporation. That's just kind of where stuff seems to be heading. And I predict it's gonna be Unreal Engine. Like, they're gonna like introduce better modeling tools in Unreal. Then they're gonna have like they're gonna improve their animation functions. Then they're gonna have texturing functions, and then before you know it, everything is in Unreal. I'm not pirating anything at the moment. Different softwares, but Netflix platform. Maybe, yeah. Art software by Manu. That will never happen. I would never want to make a software. That just does not sound fun to me. It must be so hard. I was thinking of... okay. So for a really long time, I was really addicted to mobile games. I'm not afraid to admit it. I was just a huge fan of mobile games. Like, even the trashy ones. I was just really into it, and I was so easily addicted to it. So for a really long time, I was like, why don't I get into game dev by making my own mobile game? So for a really long time, that was like one of my goals, is to make a mobile game and just make it really, really simple, but make some cool art for it, you know? But then I realized I have to learn like C# to program in Unity. And then I have to constantly fix bugs as a full-time job, handle all these, I don't know, like managing softwares, and then also every time the console or the phone updates, I have to update my app for the rest of life. I constantly have to do these updates and make sure it works for every single version of the phone that can run that app. And it just gives me anxiety to think about how much work it is to actually manage all that stuff. So I can't imagine doing that for softwares either. It just seems so annoying. It's just gonna be a single AI software with what prompt? Yeah. Um. Pointing and laughing, Iron. How dare you? It's my honest, very honest character flaw. Okay. Person's been Maya, ZBrush, Maya, Marmo. This one. Oh, my process. Maya, ZBrush, Maya, Marmo. 3D code. Substance, Maya, OnlyFans. You got it. You got it. Doing it for Apple's the worst. Can't even build without a Mac. Really? Oh. I was thinking it's the worst because you have to buy an iPhone. Or somehow afford one. Just to make a game for it. That seems like the awful part to me, but I can't believe you also need a MacBook then. That's crazy. We all have those, I get it. That's good. I'm not the only one who enjoys mobile games, right? Come on, it's everyone's guilty pleasure, I feel like. It has to be. What else do you do on the toilet, right? You can make, can't even make test builds, need to license it. I've played Pokemon Go and chess. Good, good, good. I've played those as well on my phone. Pokemon Go for a really long time as well. TikTok, nah. I mean, I'm not listen. I'm not above TikTok or anything, but I do find playing games. It just feels a little bit better to my brain than doom scrolling. Because I always feel so horrible after doom scrolling. But I don't feel that horrible after playing a game for 30 minutes on the toilet. That feels better somehow. You just said out loud, these young children and they're ticking, tucking. I mean, I might have implied that, yes. Call a friend. Is that what you do in the toilet? I kind of played the first two gens, bit of third, as soon as I... But soon I was like, who the fuck came up with these? Right. Yeah, they have pretty much every generation now on the Pokemon Go. Okay, so I'm pretty much done with the AO. I'll show you exactly what the map looks like now. It's pretty much this. So I'm gonna save this. I need to make sure this is not 100% black. This is more like 60%. Same for the tail, 60%. Export it somewhere cozy. Okay, Squirtle underscore AO painted. I'm gonna hello fellow kids here and suggest Reddit. I mean, so I was really into Reddit as well until they banned all third-party apps, and now I refuse to use Reddit with the standard app made by Reddit Inc. Like their standard app, their default app is just so horrible. I just can't use it. So I'm kind of boycotting still. Okay, I'm gonna open Painter now. This is what it looks like. It's the moment of truth. I'm gonna import the texturing FBX. I'm gonna make a project. And voila. We're actually starting. I think I'm gonna do Kate Wynn's feedback first, though, because we might be here for a while. But first, I am gonna just really quickly import our AO map. Let's go. Okay, gonna throw all my baked maps in here. And I'm gonna make a fill layer. I'm gonna add a mask. I'm gonna add a fill again. I'm gonna put the AO in here. And suddenly we have 1 second. This needs to be white-ish. A little bit rougher. There we go. Our AO is in Substance Painter. I'm gonna save this, and now I'm gonna do some feedback for Kate Wynn. Does Cookie Clicker count as a mobile game? I think so. I never got Reddit. I feel dumb for it. I once tried to upload my fan art to Reddit, and it never got approved. Fair. I think you need to like have an older account, like at least 1 week old, on some subreddits. It's a little bit overwhelming, Reddit, if you're not used to it. But it's like very traditional forum stuff, I think. Voila, I will not let this French pass. I will not let this French pass by me. Sorry. That was such a horrible accent. Even I feel offended that I just did that. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry, Bluka, forgive me. I would not have said sorry if it was an actual good impression, but that was just so horrible. Okay, Kate Wynn, let's go. Let me just quickly open Photoshop. Here we go. There is just so much work to finish one game asset. So many YouTube. Just to make it look easy. Yeah, for sure. It's a lot of work. Gonna speak like that from now on. Perfect. Wish we could just go back to IRC channels. I'm sure you still have those. Right? I'm sure you do. Okay, let me open up the Discord. Grab these beautiful screenshots. I have a problem that even if I copy stuff from Discord, it doesn't paste the most recent image. You see this? I like click copy image, and it still copies the same first image that I copied for some reason. Oh, there we go. Okay. copy. There we go. I'm gonna take a sip of tea. Stay hydrated to y'all. Oof, okay. I chugged an entire mug. Just in case that I would forget about the mug. Okay, let me lay this out real quick. Let's see, what did Catwin say? She says... Sorry, I drank so fast I have to burp. Give me a second. Okay, Catwin says, appreciated overall form and feel compared to the concept is all I care about. Okay, perfect. I've been waiting for a draw over from the concept artist. So have you gotten a draw over now? Or are you still waiting for that? The characters for feature, and I will admit I'm not sold with the essence. So what do you mean by feature? Like, it's feature animation film, but what does the feature stand for? Like, what's the difference between a feature animation and just animation? I feel like I captured a lot of the style, but something is wrong or could be pushed more. Okay, this is a fun one. This is a very fun one. Let me see what I can do for you. I'm just gonna lay this out. Film and features are the same. I think I'm using them the same. Okay. I'm just curious where feature came from or what it even means. Like, it's like, who does it feature, you know? Because in movies or in songs, it's like the guest artist, like it features Pitbull or something, you know? Features typically have a runtime of at least 80 minutes. Short films, however, can be short as only a few minutes and as long as 40 minutes. Oh, it just means length then? Interesting. That's good to know. Okay, what am I doing with this canvas? Okay, let me just take a good look at this concept. So overall, this is really, really damn awesome what you have here already. I think this is going to be a fun paint over because I personally love proportions that have really low nose and mouth proportions compared to the canvas of the face. You see this a lot in Disney movies, and I really like implementing this in my own drawings as well. Is pushing the nose as low as possible and then grouping it as one kind of animatable group down here. So let's take a look at this concept. I like to do traditional sculpt. Oh, that's the concept artist, right? Okay. Natural and effortless. Okay. I think you did a great job on the hair, by the way. I don't think I'll give you much comments on the hair. So I assume this is like poly painting just for previewing, right? This is you're gonna texture some, like completely retexture it when you start or when you get to that pipeline. Just asking because I'm not sure what your work pipeline is here in feature films. Polypin just cause, okay. Yeah, I do the same. It's just fun to kind of get a preview. Okay, so this is really striking to me. It's this very, very exaggerated. What's the right brush for this? Very exaggerated arc leading to the head. This is really interesting to me. You see this? No sharp angles whatsoever. So you might want to consider if this is something you want in 3D as well. Doing something that's a little bit more like this. It might look weird in 3D. I don't know. But this is like the first thing that struck me about this drawing. It's these really stylized curves, right? Like you don't get any suggestion of collarbones here or like a rib cage. This one is a little different here. You have a bit of a pinch here. Let's see. I suppose that's what you are going for. Yours is still a little bit more human, I would say. Defining the collarbone like that. I don't think this looks unnatural though. Like this one is a little bit unnatural, but it works because of the whole sketchy drawing style. I think I would maybe go for a little bit of a silhouette like this though. Just because you get the chance to do something crazy with this concept. I would kind of lean into that and maybe kind of blend the deltoid with the trapezoid here. Or trapezoid. I never pronounce it right. In one fluid motion like this. You know? I'm just going to test if this actually works in 3D real quick. Yeah, this could definitely work, yeah. I'm just thinking you're getting a concept that's like unique in different ways. And in a way, every time you get a task or you get a concept, you'll get something that has a few things that are unique to it, right? And I personally like to really lean into those unique parts. Because you might never get the chance to do something weird like that specific thing again. And in this case, the weird and unique part is this complete neglect of bone structure around the collarbones, which is really interesting to me. And it doesn't look weird per se, but it is unique about it. So you can kind of make use of that and have something that is just a little bit different than your other portfolio pieces, by just kind of emphasizing that part, right? So maybe something like this. But in any case, I'm just going to pay a little bit more attention to the face now. Because I think that's... Because this already looks great the way you had it. This is just a point I would like to make about, you know, you get the chance to make your portfolio like as, or have as much variety as possible. Love the term complete neglect. Yeah. I'm not trying to roast the concept artist. I think it's just it's a stylization decision here that I have never considered. I think it's pretty cool, even though it doesn't make a lot of sense, right? But that's completely fine. I think there's always stuff to learn from that. So I'm just gonna also have this straight curve here. Something like this. Could be fun, you know? You know, if you're like kind of doing that, you might need to tone down on the muscles here as well. So I'm just gonna fade that out. But yeah, you see kind of the difference here in the feel. I think the feel comes a little bit closer to this doll-like feeling, as if her head is just kind of clicking on top of her neck. Okay, I really have to analyze this face now. I don't usually work with these very Disney-esque faces. So this is going to be a fun challenge for me as well. I just have to look for a second. Okay, first thing, and this is not the most important thing at all. You know what? I'm gonna copy this one. We've already established that the bottom drawings are probably a little bit more respectful of 3D. So I'm gonna look at this a little bit more. I really like this side view. This is a really nice side view. This is telling us a lot, by the way. Mainly the pinches of the face. This is what I will always pay most attention to when making faces. It's where what planes are soft, like what parts are like completely round and smooth. But more importantly, where do these planes change direction? And that's here, it's here, and here you have a bunch, right? Where are these hard angles that really define what is the geometrical shape of this entire bust? So I can't really see it. I think you're already doing that if I look at this. Okay, so listen, I can paint this over, but it's kind of hard to paint this over if I don't really know what the side view looks like. So I'm just going to give you some feedback without fully overpainting this view. I'll admit I followed the bottom more closely. Yeah, I think that's a good decision. Okay, so I'm going to tell you what I think you should do to get close to this view. I think the placement and the depth of your cheeks and your cheekbones can massively influence how a face feels. I think this face feels a little bit puffy, a little bit bloated compared to this concept right now. And it might not be super clear why if you're like truly analyzing the concept. But I think the problem here in this view actually lies in the side view instead of the front view. And I think it's the depth of your cheeks. I think the angle you should aim for is coming from the mouth in a bit more of a straight line towards the eyes, like this. Let me see if I can like upscale this real quick. Gonna do this. Okay. I would go for something a little bit more like this. This is kind of what I'm trying to say. Once you start adding a little bit more, creating this cheek that's a little bit deeper, you suddenly will feel less, I think, bloatiness in the face. So what I like to do when I'm sculpting my my characters, like you can see this here as well. It's really hard. It's gonna be really subtle, but by the illustrated by the blush on the cheek here, you can kind of see the line that goes like this, right? So it should not be any. You should try to follow that line, I think, even though it's barely visible in the concept. So I think once you achieve that here, you can add a little bit of a protrusion for the under eyelid, like here. This. Make sure you have enough depth on the upper eyelid as well. I think you might be missing a little bit of that. So make sure this goes out enough over the eyeball. Make sure the under eyelid goes out enough. And then you can continue the under eyelid to go like this, right? So a little bit more space on the nose. Here you see the before and after. I think this will reduce the bloatiness on the face. I see a lot of sharpness here on the mouth as well. So perhaps I would also sharpen or like exaggerate this a little bit more. Really make this upper lip pout a little bit more. This under eyelid or bottom lip looks good. This mouth line looks like a straight line to me, like here. This, so make sure you match that as well here. Straight line. Oh, this is straight to the bottom. You got that, and then it's really steep right underneath the lip as well. And again, this is really, really subtle things. My Photoshop is crashing, so I need to restart it for a second. Give me one moment. Let's see. Photoshop. Yes, I think you're really, really close. You're 99% of the way there. But like you said, it's a vibe, right? It's in your words. You're missing a vibe. And that means it's always in the really, really subtle things. And especially when it comes to faces, that is horribly hard. It's really, really difficult to find out exactly what it is. So most of this feedback will be very, very subtle stuff. But I do think stuff like the angle of the mouth. Oh my god, are you kidding me? Okay, Photoshop crashes immediately again. Can't make that up. Okay, I'm restarting for the second time. Let's see what it is. Maybe I need to close some softwares. Yeah. It's gonna close 3D code. Maybe Substance Painter also. Yeah, so it's gonna be like micro adjustments in like the position and the angles. But the advice I would like to give every 3D character artist is I think it's really important to try to think about what the concept artist intended to be special or interesting about the drawing they made, and then really try to exaggerate those parts. So I think in general, as a 3D character artist, you have to exaggerate the shapes, the silhouette, the flow. I would always exaggerate it 10% more than the concept did. Like, just go further than the concept. Because if you try to go 10% further, then you cannot miss, right? But I think almost every character artist out there always goes 90% of the way there. They don't quite hit the flow or the crazy exaggerated silhouettes that the concept artist intended. So you have, I highly advise to just try to go a little bit further instead of not trying and landing just a little bit below it. So I think you probably want a neutral expression. We can do a happy smile for this. I don't know what's standard, but just make sure the main line is straight, just like in this drawing. And if you completely want to copy this drawing, then you have to go a little bit deeper, because if you look at this line between the mouth corner and the nose, it's it's like a 30-degree angle, right? So make sure you match that as well. And here you see the nostril of yours goes a little bit too high. So this angle is actually not 30 degrees because of that. It's a very low nostril like this. And the mouth goes very deep. So this is a little bit closer, I'd say. And I think the upper lip, it goes a little bit closer to the nose. Just a little bit. Like that. Curves into the mouth. Curve. Yeah. Just gonna paint away this grid that I made before. And here you can have like the skin band like that. Let's see, I think you have the profile of the face is very, very good here. I can't quite see how much you did this. Just make sure you really hit this brow bone here. I think this is also a pretty cool part of the drawing. I think you have it. I just want to make sure you don't miss it. And this is like it's almost a straight line down. It's pretty interesting. Might be worth pushing that just a little bit more. Pushes it in a little bit more. Like that. Okay. So yeah, this is now the difference in the side view. You see how I barely changed anything? But there's still a different feeling to it. So again, it's really, really subtle. You're so close. It's just gonna be these micro changes. I think the chin can go outwards a little bit more, and it's a bit more of a circle. Like this. Goes pretty straight. Now I wonder, this is something you cannot see in the drawings. This is just kind of a hunch. I guess you could look at the sculpt. This sculpt will actually be a very great thing to have if you could ask for just more reference pictures from this sculpt, because this is going to tell you a lot of things like the sharpness of the jaw. Because I'm kind of thinking maybe this jaw is a little bit too smoothed out. Like it goes, like this bend is just a little bit too round. If you understand what I mean. So making this a little bit sharper, like this, it's gonna affect the shading on it. And then you can kind of have this flattened line, kind of like this. See how this is a little bit more sharp? This can affect how the character feels. So you definitely don't want to make it too sharp. But it can definitely be appealing if it's just a little bit less roundish, you know? Like this. Okay. I think you might also want to have a little bit more distance between the brow and the brow bone in the side view. So I'm just going to add a little gap here. This. I think especially in movies, it could be nice to have this space just so the eyebrow is completely separated, which makes it more readable than if it's connected to the outer silhouette like this. Just checking the angles here. So it seems like in the concept, you have this line. I think this is the geometry. It goes like this. And here it touches the edge of the eyebrow, pretty much, right? So I think you want to have the same here. This needs to touch the edge of the eyebrow as well. Right, so you want to lengthen the eyebrow more. So it reaches this invisible line. And it does seem to be increasing in distance here compared to here. Like away from the eye. So I need to move this up a little bit like this. There's some sort of invisible taper. Like that. Especially areas around the eyebrow, these are gonna change the feeling of your character a lot. All right. I think you also just... I'm not sure if you tackled the ears yet. I can't quite see it, but make sure you see... You reveal the ear in the side view. I think it might be worth moving the strands around a little bit, just so you can see as much as you can see here. This might not be possible in 3D, but I think it's worth a try. Because even subtle stuff like that, like having the hair brushed behind her ear, it's gonna change how a character feels. The character's gonna be more shy the more the ears are hidden. This is exactly like the vibe. Kind of what a vibe means, I think. Okay, there's a bit of more of a reveal of the ear, like that. Okay. So yeah, most of my feedback was in the side view. I think if you change these things, it's gonna massively affect your front view and your 3/4. Let me see if I can do anything else in these more front views. It's a little bit harder to see here. I think what I really like about this concept here is the angularity of these hair strands. At least in the top. You have these very very designed shapes, right? Very sharp. This is super readable. Very good angles here. I can see you have it as well, but I think you could go a little bit further. If you want to be really, really accurate to the concept, which I think with this hair, I think it might be nice, personally. You don't have to do it. But that would mean pushing, just pushing the shapes a little bit further, like this. A little bit of a harder edge here. It's going to be mainly the silhouette that you want to worry about. So I see you have a lot of volume here, right? This is like sticking out a little bit, like this, right? And that's causing this, specifically this piece, I think, this is my theory, it's causing this to stick out, which is affecting the entire silhouette. However, if you were to push these parts or flatten them a bit or push them back a little bit, then this piece would fade away and reveal a more angular silhouette, which I think is what you want to go for. Hair silhouette is always very, very difficult. It takes a lot of time. If you're on a deadline, I think this, what you have is already looking good. But just for the sake of, everyone who's watching, I think having angles in hair is just so... It's so nice. It's so readable and it's so difficult, but it's going to teach you a lot. I'm just going to angularify this. It's a lot easier for me than it's going to be for you. Because you have 3 dimensions to worry about. I only have 2 dimensions to worry about. But believe me, it is possible. It's always possible. It's just going to be hard. Stuff like this, I think you could then in those instances group this together a little bit more. So it's more of a geometrical or geometric silhouette. Like this. It's gonna, the more you do this, you don't have to go all the way with this, but if you like are aware of it, it's gonna be really readable at the end. So you don't have to go full blocky. In the end, I would just start with something like this, right? You can even add like a little bit of indent like this. A bit of a curve inwards. And then you could also like have some smaller chips in it like this. Just to separate it into Or give it the illusion that it's multiple hair strands like this. Or go only partly there. Maybe like this with a chip or something. But you kind of see the difference, right? It adds a lot more intent to it. It feels more, a little bit more designed. And it kind of seems to me that this is what the concept was going for. Just a little bit. But it's completely up to you. In feature films, you often have like these very, very detailed hair simulations with like tons of strands, and they can't always follow something that's geometric. So just kind of make your own judgments call here. Yeah, so that's my feedback on the hair. Let me see. It's just kind of generic feedback on hair in general, I would say. Just to anyone who's watching. Let me think. I'll try to give you some last face feedback here. So we already kind of established in the side view that eyebrows are going to be a bit longer. They're going to have a little bit more spacing towards the end between the eyelid. So we can just extend that to the front view really roughly. So a bit longer and a little bit more distance like this. Right? It also seems like they're quite a bit raised in here. You might just want to keep that neutral, but I am gonna just kind of copy the concept as much as I can here, just so I can compare what feels different. I think they're angled inwards a little bit up here. Let's see. I think it might be worth to add this this, I'm not sure what you call it. It's like near the bridge of the nose and under the eyelid. You have so the nose is always kind of like you have the nose bridge, this, and then often you have this line here, right? And this is kind of like how it connects to the rest of the face. I think you want this line in there, for the lack of better words. So this is kind of going to reveal a little bit of a flat area on the face. Like this. I really like implementing this in my characters. Because you have your kind of your bridge here, right? This is kind of the thing I drew here. But usually it doesn't go all the way to the actual eyeball. It kind of stops here. So yeah, we have a little bit of a highlight here. And you know, if you're gonna follow the feedback of this eyelid, like being a little bit more protruded, I would also try to reveal a little, because it gets a little bit hidden underneath this eyelash. So I would maybe try to have it peek out a little bit more like this. Okay. Yeah, I don't have to change all the things that I changed in the side view, but I'm just really quickly gonna sketch it out so I can kind of see what I've already tackled. Makes a big difference for the bottom lid. Yeah, I think so too. I think bottom eyelids are often it never hurts to add them. You know, I think it really gives this warmth to a character. Because people smile with their bottom eyelids. You know, with both their mouth and the bottom eyelids. Like people say that humans smile with their eyes, but I think they just smile with their bottom eyelids. That's kind of what it comes down to. Also in this concept, you have this kind of angularity to the eyelids as well. You see that? It's kind of like, if I simplify it, it's like this, it's this, and it's this. With 2 anchor points here. So I think it might be worth pushing that a little bit as well. This. I'm just gonna exaggerate it a little bit in the overpaint. Like that. Can also make a big difference because this raises this corner, which is like a specific muscle in our brow bone, or I don't know, like eyelid muscles that can make you look more friendly as well. A little bit more compassionate. Yeah. I personally like to this is one of the last things before I'm gonna call this. I personally like to, around the nostrils, just quickly, I like to connect these nostrils kind of to the upper lip, so the shape is a little bit more like this, and then it goes inwards like this. I think this is kind of the shape you want to aim for a little bit more, instead of just having a actual hole like cut out of the bottom of the nose like this. I think it should be a little bit more organic. So I'm just going to extend this top lip, and I think it might be nice to just add the crease here. Roughly here. Let me think this out for a second. And have this upper lip kind of extend upwards into the nostril like this. You can make this this part a little bit thinner as well. And then have the nostril here. It can kind of like bend inwards a little bit. So yeah, I have the upper eyelids kind of go into the nostril like that. Or what did I say? The upper lip. On a second thought, maybe this should be more of a triangular shape, like this. If you want to simplify it. I'm really trying to like make it look more geometrical so you can understand what I'm saying. But yeah, try to not make the nose or the nostrils look like they're holes on the bottom of the nose. That's kind of what I mean. Just Google nose anatomy simplified. They have really good breakdowns of this kind of stuff. And you might just want to have this little whatchamacallit, little dent on the top of the lip. Like here, you know? Filtrum, is that it? You might be right. I have no idea. Yeah. I think that is it. Just a little tip from artist to artist or ZBrush user to ZBrush user. I personally just like to paint the highlight just so you can see it from every angle like this. Just adds a little bit more life to it, because you're never gonna have this this actual highlight in the right place where you want it. So either paint it or just create a sphere and like scale it down and just place it in the right place. It's just really nice for screenshots like this. Yeah. I think that's it. I think most of the stuff you want to follow is in this side view. I think that's kind of where the money is, because once you will add these changes of the side view, you're gonna see a lot of difference in the front view as well. Yeah. Let me just crop this. I'll send this in the feedback channel. I'll send a before and after. So you can like toggle it on and off and see the exact changes that I made. Although it should be kind of just this. Mainly the side view again. All right. Sorry I went so detailed again. I just really like all the feedback. It doesn't just come to me as soon as I see your screenshot. Like the second I see your screenshot, it just trickles down like one by one. So I can never like see the whole picture of what I want to say and then just kind of selectively choose what I think is most important. So this is why it takes a little bit longer. I'm still getting better at this, hopefully. But yeah, I hope it was helpful. Got some work to do, makes a lot of sense. Well, I think you're really, really close. Again, this is really subtle stuff. And don't worry about applying everything, of course. Just use your own judgment here. Cool. Manu, you're a legend. You're too sweet. Go. Thanks, guys, for bearing with me again. Thinking so long about this stuff. I'll just save it in a nice place. Okay. So I saw that Blueco is also posting in the feedback channel. So how are y'all feeling? I'll leave this up to you guys. Do you want to see me texture now, or would you like some more face feedback lessons today? I'm fine with both. I think both is fun. We're gonna do both in the end. I'll just leave it up to you to what you would like to see now. Buildbird says face feedback. Okay, okay. Kind of sounds like feedback. People don't have a strong opinion on this. So in feedback, we all learn. I kind of want feedback, but I don't want to drain all your energy. Don't you worry. I think this is really fun, and it teaches me a lot as well. So, all right. I think we're going to do some feedback. Let me see if I can copy this. There we go. I see sexy Alucard. Let's see, what do you see? Hello, I require your assistance. Can I figure out what's wrong with his face? That's it? Luca. So you just want to know what's... you can't figure out what's with the face? Is that it? Or is there something more specific you would want help with? That's it, okay. Ooh, okay. Yeah, so first of all, freaking awesome. And also I can't get enough of your sculpty Dynamesh brush strokey feel. It's just so satisfying to see. Also really nice work on the hair. Is this like sculptress or something? It's nice as single mesh. I really like that. He's so baby girl. Hell yeah. Dynamesh. Okay. Yeah, very nice. I love seeing hair as a single mesh like this. It's just very nice to look at. I also really appreciate you poly painting the borders white for that nice blend. Very pleasing to my eyeballs. Let me analyze this. Alucard. I already have a first hunch what you could potentially change. Okay. So I also want to say really good choice on this show. I freaking love Castlevania. Okay. I'm just gonna quickly overlay this just to check that I'm not insane. Yeah, okay. I think it's not the same angle, of course, because he's tilting his head forward. But I've not seen the new one. No, is Alucard in the new one as well? I've only seen the first one, so I'm actually gonna look Alucard on some Google reference as well, just to double check. Okay, it seems the case on the front view as well. So I know you're using perspective in ZBrush. So just kind of decide for yourself if this is something you want to apply. But I think he is... I think his eye line, not his eyeliner, but his eye line is roughly 50% of the way. So I would push that as well. Like this. Maybe that looks a bit weird if I take the higher line with it. Okay. You're okay with spoilers? No, hell no. That's full. It looks very different. Let's see one. Limex Live, hello, welcome. Thanks for deciding to hop in the chat. We're just doing some feedback right now for 3D character art. So this might look different when you're doing this in orthographic, Bluko. Maybe a tiny bit of volume.
Levi Merkit just figuratively smashed the follow button. Har har.
Baby Meerkat, hello, welcome to the stream. Nice to have you. So a little bit more. Listen, this might be because I'm so used to orthographic, right? So maybe this looks really weird. But yeah. Okay. Anyways. His nose is so funny, by the way. Holy shit. It's just 3 tubes. Light tube, shadow tube, shadow tube. Anyways. His nose is weird. Yeah. I'm afraid I'll have to tell you that you'll have to make him a little less Chad. It's time to have a bit of a chin sharpening surgery here. It's very triangular in at least in these shots, right? It's whoa, this is kind of beautiful almost. This is almost like a
Limex Live just figuratively smashed the follow button.
Limex
Har har.
Live. Hello. This is a beautiful 90 degrees. You could use this in math class. Look at that. Gorgeous. Anyways, that's why we're I think kind of tilting this inwards a little bit as well, just so we can get that perfect 90-degree angle. Like that. Vampires is not the best round of the season. Yep. It's a dangerous chin for sure. Let me just see. I might have cut this a little bit too low or too high. We wanna probably lower this a little bit. Like it has to be sharper, but it can still go pretty low. So I'm just gonna lower it at the same time as sharpening it. And then I think this line is now a bit too high. Do a bit of this. Okay, I think next point. It looks a little bit strange, I admit. But that's because we have so much real estate here on this chin. So I am gonna go to the second point, which is, I think, making his mouth a tiny bit bigger. He does have a bit of a Giga Chat chin. I'm also gonna darken it just so it doesn't attract that much attention. That's better, yeah. So if you really want to make it feel like the show, you obviously, if you want to go crazy, you cell shade this, right? But if you want to go for a more standard, like PBR, like 3Dness effect, I would still pay mind to the fact that his bottom lip is kind of like, it's the same tone and like blending very much with the rest of his face. And he doesn't really have these deep shadows in the show because of the cell shading, right? So maybe just toning this down in both shadow and color might give this more of a like very this pale, sickly feeling that he has. Like this, is painting this white-ish and maybe pushing it inwards in depth, like this shadow, just pushing this shadow. Sorry, I said inwards. I meant flattening it a little bit so the shadow is less strong. You get closer to this flat lighting, right? If you kind of want to imitate the feeling that the cell shading adds. Also, I would personally, I think with such a sharp Dorito face, I would lean all the way into having these very cut out shadows. Like if you saw his hair, it would go pretty much like this, and then down here with his cheekbone, then go around his brow bone, inwards a little bit, and then here mark the shape of his forehead. This is kind of the shading that I would go for. My Photoshop is crashing, as expected. 1 second. I wish I could find a way to fix it without restarting Photoshop. 1 second. Let me just quickly read up on the Discord. Oh, Photoshop already started. Excellent. Okay, we're back. Yeah, so you remember that overpaint I just did with the shadow lines? So you can kind of like add a sharp crease to it using Dam Standard or whatever crease brush you have. So I'm just gonna go into that like this. So I'm talking about this specific line, right? That goes all the way to frame his face. So making that a little stronger. I think depending on the face, you have like a little bit of a cutout around the mouth, usually. So you can kind of decide, do I want that or just want to cut it straight through the mouth corners. It'll depend on what you want. Okay. It's getting a little dark here, so. And I think this Dorito chin might need to bend up a little bit eventually, like this. Okay. If I look at his nostrils, this is also an extremely sharp and perfect 90 degrees in his nose. And I think you're pretty close, but I think you could make it a perfect 90 degrees like this. So just pushing this a little bit more, making this like very triangular. Maybe the shading here as well, you can kind of support it by making sure this highlight that it catches is also a triangle, like that. You know, see if you can, if that works in 3D. I'm just gonna keep this very straight. I think this line, these shadow lines on his face, like here's it's tapering. Here it's straight. Just kind of pick the more, the one that you like most. I think personally I like the top one most, so instead of making it straight, but even if you pick the top one, I think it should be a little bit broader like this. I think you have it a little tiny bit too thin. But I'm gonna make it taper as well as in the top reference. Which means it's tapering towards the nostrils like this. Even though that doesn't make a lot of sense in 3D. See if you can like fade it out and like still have the silhouette of the nostrils visible. You might even want to like curve this a little bit. Now I look at this drawing. The shadows are a little bit curved, so could decide to curve it a little bit like this. What else? He has extremely thin eyebrows. I just noticed that. These eyebrows are extremely thin. Like, I can't compare it with anything else. Even the hair strands are thicker than his eyebrows. Even his eyelashes are almost as thick as his eyebrows. I just noticed that. But they're also very, very low. So yeah, I guess we should just cut this down like this. Something like this. Could go even thinner, possibly. If this was a game character, I would not do this, probably. Just because you would not see the eyebrows at all from a distance. But you know, for the sake of staying loyal to the concept. I think they go inwards a little bit more as well. Maybe 2 here. And then the shadow line also goes inwards a little bit more. Like that. Yeah. I wonder if this is flat. I wonder if you have this brow bone or if it's just completely flat. I would argue that probably in his case, this has no shadow at all, and this is just completely flat, like a seamless transition between the nose bridge and the forehead. Like that's the main difference. I drew this the other day on the stream as well, but in male and female, that's the main difference, right? It's the how do I say it? How prominent the brow bone is. It's how humans read femininity and masculinity. And I think his face, you want to go for something very feminine, right? So that's why I would argue that removing the prominence of his brow bone is going to achieve that effect. Is it more of a scowl in the reference? Yeah, for sure. I'm not sure if you wanna sculpt expressions here. If you do, you could also make his eyebrows even lower. Let's see if we can do that. Oh, it's not in this layer. Like this. Yeah. And then maybe that shadow line that I talked about earlier, like here. Yeah. Let me see. Is there anything else? Did I make his mouth a little bit too wide? Perhaps. Maybe flattening this entire area could help as well. Really push it towards that cell shaded feeling. It's the nose. It looks really weird in 3D, right? And it's, I don't know if there's a way to fix it. Maybe this line that you have here, maybe just try to get rid of the triangle around the nose, like this. Just really make it look like this nose is just an extruded cube on a flat plane like this. You know? Maybe that's just the way to go in order to capture his likeness. Also, I wouldn't really know. Maybe you need to blend the nostrils a bit like this. This is really, really tough. Adding too many lines in my sculpt. Alucard was box modeled. Yeah, exactly. But to be fair, this is exactly. I would do it the exact same way as you did. I always add so many lines in my sculpt. I just think that's it's just too natural what you're making. It looks too natural compared to the unnaturality of Alucard. I think one last thing. I think for his expression, to nail his expression, you really want to see his upper eyelid more. I'm not sure how you could do that in your case. I think you want to do something like that. I think his upper eyelid can actually touch his eyebrows. I think that's just the trick here. Make his upper eyelid touch his eyebrow from the front view. Or at least get really close to it. That's really gonna give him this sassy look. I think the eyelashes you have are fine. Oh yeah, that's gonna help a ton, I think. In his demeanor. I think that's a big difference. He also really likes to hide his iris underneath his upper eyelid. This is not something you per se have to do in the sculpt, because this just depends on how you pose him, of course. But it would look something like this then. Having his eyes upwards a little bit more. And like add all these beautiful, beautiful bright spots in here so it almost blends with the actual eye white. Like that. And I think this under eyelid can have a bit of a strong angle downwards here. Like if his hair wasn't hidden, I would probably go like this and then have it go upwards right around here. But his hair is kind of blocking that transition change or that angle change. This is gonna make his under eyelid look very droopy, like even a bit more menacing. Let me think if I agree with this. It's just kind of what I noticed when I look at the reference here. It's the outside of his, or the outer, how do we say it? His eyes are very droopy at the bottom, but only on the outside, right? Here and here. So I think that also adds a lot to his expression. It looks a bit flattened the way we have it now. See if we can reintroduce this. Also adding like super small pupils like this is gonna make it very, very creepy. Okay. Yeah, I think that's it. Yeah, that's it. Look, your problem is that you're making him too real. Yeah, that's it. That's it. You have too many good 3D character art practices in your head. And for this crazy looking guy, you have to let it all go. Thanks so much, Luca. I'm glad that helped. I'll just scrub it like this because I didn't really change anything else. Yeah, I think that should help, right? This is the before and after. So main things, I think the biggest changes in the feeling is kind of adding more volume on the top, and mainly the eyelids and the eyebrows here are gonna change the feeling of likeness here. Just remember, me doing this in 2D is 100 times easier than doing it in 3D. So not all of this might be completely possible, like shading and shadow wise. So this overpaint can definitely look too good to be true. Especially when it comes to like the way I painted the nose and stuff. It might just not be possible in 3D. So just have this with a grain of salt. That being said, you can definitely use this as like general guidelines. All right. Oh, you're my entire bank account. I don't think you do, but if you feel so inclined, I'll DM you my bank details. Okay. Anyways, I think it's time to tech share. We're gonna tech share a little bit because that was the plan today. But I really, really like that we did some feedback today. I think it was fun. I think we learned some things. Oh, this is my soundtrack, man. Red Dead Redemption. Financial stability is nothing compared to Manu Makes. What a perfectly timed soundtrack, huh? Just as we finish Blueco's feedback. Yeah, no worries, Blueco. Always happy to help. I'm gonna open Substance Painter. And I just saw an hard edge here. This is not good. That is an accident, so I hope we don't need to rebake this. I just have to check this, why this hard edge is here. Because if this hard edge was also baked, then we have a yeah, it's baked already. I can already see it. Okay, guys, we have to rebake the normal for a second. It's unfortunately not a happy accident. Because the normal map now also has a really hard crease there. And it just does not look good if there's a hard crease in the normal map. Oh yeah, I can already see it. Okay, I fixed it in Maya. Maya, hello? Maya? Oh, there we go. Yeah, I already just fixed it, so what a nice song. So cozy. I just need to select all these faces again. Which is might be a little tricky. Oh dear. Oh, it's so hard. Okay. Okay, let's see. Is this all the mirrored faces? Okay. Just gonna offset this. I'm gonna open Marmoset. I'm going to sleep now, trying to fix my schedule about Grace Stream again, hoping to start Bird School tomorrow night. Thanks so much for tuning in, Billbird. Have a fantastic rest. Sorry guys, I can't really show you a lot right now. I'll try to open Marmoset so you can see something. This is just going to be really quick fix, and it's just going to be a speed run of what we did yesterday. Skip. Okay, so Marmoset, please open. There we go. It's going to reload the non-hard edged version, hopefully. Does it? It did not. Oh, no, it did. Okay. All I'm gonna rebake is the normal map. Hit bake. That should be it. Let me see in the file if it's still weird. It's still weird for some reason. That's strange. Huh. Why is this so strange? Looks good here. Wait, where am I saving this? Oh, my bad. It's looking in the wrong folder. Okay, it's fixed now. Hallelujah. So in Maya, I'm gonna go back. I'm just gonna save this FBX as a texturing FBX. Then in Painter, I can open this on stream again. Let's see, 2K, texturing, or I can just re-import mesh. Ta-da! Okay, hard edge is gone, thank God. Sorry, I tried to do this as fast as possible. Let's see, best trick in the industry is to set all edges to hard so you never have soft edge problems. Very wise words. If all edges are hard, do you really have any? Also very good point. If you just don't add lights to your scene, then you just don't see the baking problems anyways. That's the true life hack. Okay, I'm gonna import all the maps. Project. I'm gonna import our normal map. I'm gonna import the eyeball map. Okay. So, if anyone puts a spotlight on my mesh, I will block them on sec. That's also a good strategy. If you don't try, you can never fail. Very, very wise. Okay, guys, we can finally get into how do I texture this exactly. I'm gonna set up today just a rough base of gradients, of AO, of just some basic colors. And I'll show you exactly how I set something like this up. So usually I just start with, so we have imported the baked maps. So up here we have two texture sets, one for the eyeball, one for the body. And the eye is a separate texture / shader because we want it to have special, it gets a special treatment in Unreal Engine or in the game engine because we want to have some subtle parallax offset on the iris. So yeah, the rule of thumb is if it needs a separate material / shader, then you're gonna give it its own separate textures. Sometimes, usually. That's how I do it. Okay. So yeah, I'm gonna go down here. Let's see if I can show this on stream as good as I can. So up here, in texture set settings, you can simply just drag your normal map in here. It's that easy. So now we have our baked map here. I'm gonna drag in the ID map that we baked. I'm gonna drag in the AO that we painted. So usually, once you drag in AO, this is like an intermediate tip. So anyone who's watching who's familiar with Substance Painter, as soon as you drag in ambient occlusion, it's gonna affect how your model looks. It's gonna show and fake ambient occlusion. This is not very nice because it'll never look the same as in your game engine. So I like to go to shader settings. And here you have an AO intensity slider. Usually it looks like this, but you can actually slide this off to have a more accurate look. So now we have AO in this slot, but it doesn't actually do anything. It doesn't. You don't see anything right now. However, it is very nice because we can now simply create a fill layer up here. Let's create a fill layer. And alt-click color. What are these things? Wait, sorry. These stars are in the way for some reason. Just gonna delete these. So I'm gonna make a fill layer. I'm just gonna make it any color. Like that. I'm gonna create a black mask. You don't see these menus, but I'm just gonna narrate what you have to click. Just gonna click fill black mask. And then you can right-click the mask and add either a fill or a generator. I'm gonna add a fill. And this is gonna fill the mask. Right now, it's just filling with white or black. And you can click on this to add ambient occlusion. So once I alt-click this this little mask thing on the layer, so this mask is saying how much of this red can go through. Can I show? So if I alt-click this mask, you see exactly what the mask looks like, right? So everything that's white is gonna let it through, and everything that's black, it's not gonna let it through. So that's why this part is red and this part is not red, right? So for AO, we want the crevices, the dark spots, to have a different color. So I'm actually gonna invert it. So I'm gonna hit invert. So our mask now looks like this. Everything that's white is gonna let the color through. But as you can see, it already knew what map to pick. It already picked the right AO map, and that's because in texture settings, we just told the program this is the AO map you're gonna work with. So that's why we want to put it in here, but we also want to go to shader settings and disable how much you see it by default. So now you can see we have a red layer, but it's only showing around the AO and only showing this AO that we painted by hand, right? So earlier in the stream, we painted this in 3D code. So now we have these very nice gradients that we controlled. So yeah, usually you want to make this like a dark color. Something like this. And let's see, if this is dark, it's gonna look something like this, right? And if we preview our roughness channel, we're gonna go over this more later. But I would say it's pretty much always a good idea to have your AO be a little bit rougher. So I'm gonna make this more white and the base more dark. So everything that's white is rough and everything that's darker is more glossy, more reflective. Let's see if I can showcase this. So here you can see this arm is pretty reflective like a balloon. Maybe a little rougher. Maybe let's look at the shells here. But you can see that the closer it comes to the AO, which is, let's just make it blue so it's a bit more visible. So here down his tail, it's getting more white and wider and wider. Let me just pump up the brightness like this. It's getting wider and wider, but you see it's getting less and less reflective, right? So here you see reflective highlights, here you don't anymore. That's because it's rougher there. Here, the same on the knee. It's more reflective here, but the closer we go to the blue, the less reflective it gets. And that's kind of giving the illusion that the AO that we painted, it's more rough because it's a little bit dirtier. It catches a little bit more dust, a bit more debris. This usually helps just to get some AO in your roughness channel. So yeah, that's just a general tip. Let's see. I always have this problem with the render engine inside Substance. Wish there was a way to imitate the lighting inside Unreal. Yeah, there are plugins for that. I think if you Google Unreal Engine Substance Painter LUT, you have ways of doing it. I never really... It didn't work too well for me. But if you check this link that I sent you, there's a lot of people who use this, and they're very happy with it. It's a LUT. It's like a lookup table, which basically means it kind of it redistributes the colors and values that are on your screen inside of Substance Painter. And it aims to look a little bit more like Unreal. Actually, the recent Substance Painter already has access to the LUT without needing to install it. Interesting. Okay. I didn't know that. Okay, so I'm just going to start with... so later, we're going to make groups for every material. So we're going to need a group or like a folder for the blue skin. We're going to need a folder for the outside shell, for the inside shell, for the toenails, for this rim, for the tongue. I'm just going to start with one, and then we can duplicate it later. So I'm going to start with just roughly the color that I want this Squirtle to be. We also poly painted the Squirtle in ZBrush, which is also pretty useful reference. Let me see. Did I ever post a work in progress? What it looks like. I did. Okay, it's an old one, but just gonna look at one version of my poly painted Squirtle. See, I'm gonna add this color. I don't really need this AO yet, because I really just want to start blocking out the base color first, not the roughness. So actually, I'm just gonna go underneath here. I'm just gonna call it R. I'm just gonna give it a really rough value, just so I don't have to worry about the roughness and the shininess of this little guy. So yeah, I don't want to go too light with this.
Stormshooter 51 just figuratively smashed the follow button.
Hello, Stormshooter. Welcome to the stream. Good to have you. We just started texturing. I thought you'd bake the poly paint. Yeah, so I could definitely bake the poly paint, but I'm not gonna, because I still need to create separate masks for every single part, right? Because I want the roughness to be different for every single element. So baking poly paint would only bake the base color, but then later I would need to mask everything out anyways. So it doesn't really help me that much. So I'm just going to disable the... Well, wait. So I want to be fully transparent here. I usually have my own material stack already set up. I can show you here what it looks like. It's a folder with all my base layers that I usually use. And it's this group that I've selected right now. And I'll just go through it one by one. And I highly recommend setting something up like this yourself so you can save time. Just gonna delete all the layers I made earlier. So we have, and I'm gonna disable all of this. So usually I start with a, I guess you could call this a gradient ramp. I have a plugin for it, but I'll just, I'll delete it because y'all don't have access to this plugin. So I usually start with the base color. Just make sure metallicness is on 0. Roughness is something manageable. And now I want to basically have control kind of like the gradients over this entire character. So I kind of want the top side that catches the light, I want it a different color, and I want the bottom sides to have a different color. Just to add as much color variation as possible. So for this, and I'm sorry, I can't really simplify this that much for beginners. I think intermediate users, they can understand this a little bit better, but I'm gonna try my best, okay? So I'm gonna make a black mask, and we're gonna build a mask that's gonna show and reveal every part that's facing the sun, okay? So I'm gonna make a black mask. I'm gonna add a generator. And in that generator, I'm gonna select gray scale conversion. You could also have a light generator, but I like to use grayscale conversion for a reason. Terpsy actually talked about in HP Guild. You can change the renderer inside the render engine from linear to aces. Oh, gotcha. Anyway, sorry, I'm distracted. We're gonna go from grayscale conversion. And now you can select your source. What we're actually first going to do is we're going to go to texture set settings, and I'm going to bake a map in Substance Painter. Which seems a bit strange because earlier I said I bake everything in Marmoset. But actually, there's one thing we can bake in Painter. And that is a position map and a world space normal map. These maps are so simple that we don't need Marmoset for this. So I'm just gonna have these both selected. Position, world space normal. Bake them 2K map. Gonna bake these. Ta-da. Then for the eye, I need a 512. We do the same. So world space normals, it's basically, it just converts the current normal map you have slotted in Substance Painter. And it's going to convert to something that has information on the actual XYZ directions of everything. So what does this have to do with anything? We're building this mask here, right? So we made a black mask. We went to grayscale conversion. Currently it's a black mask. Now, inside of grayscale conversion, you're going to go to property. And you're going to select in image inputs. You're going to select that world space normal map. And suddenly, you have a grayscale version of your world space normal. It's pretty funky. Why why does this matter? Is we can now, instead of desaturate it in this dropdown, we can select, and here's the magic, we can isolate the red, green, and blue channel. So if I select red, it's gonna show us a grayscale version of red. And what does that mean? It means all the normals that are facing to the side. If we select green, it's all the normals that are facing to the sun. If we select blue, it's all the normals that are facing forward. This is what a world space normal map is, basically. So if we select green, we now have created, and we play with the contrast, we have a full way of controlling masks that are facing a specific direction. Manu is actually a more complicated light generator. It's actually the same. Yeah, it's actually, this is a more simple way of a light generator, and it uses less nodes. And it's way faster to load this. So yeah. This is going to be easier for Substance Painter because it's simply just taking one channel of the map that you have already baked. So yeah, now we have this, if we go here, you can see we have this gray layer with a mask that's only affecting stuff that's pointing upwards. So using that, I'm just going to add a little bit of a brighter. So I'm just going to, this is the base color. I'm just previewing base color right now. I'm just going to add another blue. Maybe that's slightly a different hue. Say a bit more green. And I'm going to make it slightly brighter. And remember, this is not hand-painted textures. This is PBR. So you don't want to go too dark, too bright with this. But I'm going to just make it a little bit brighter. I'm going to mainly give it a different hue. So now this is again in PBR. And you can see what difference this makes. Actually, it doesn't look that good yet, but bear with me. Because I'm going to duplicate this one. And now with this mask, I'm going to invert it to create a bottom-facing mask. So previewing base color only again. I'm now going to give this a darker color and a different hue. Let's say a bit more facing purple. This. And now we have a super dynamic way of adding gradients to our character. You see this? We have 3 different hues. Without actually painting anything, we didn't really have to generate anything. But this has a much more hand-painty feel to it. You see how this shell is feeling so much more colorful than if it's just a solid color like this. You see that? So maybe we could make this top layer, we could make it a little bit more green as well. So like all objects are like sun bleached in some way, or they like grow something on top of their surfaces, and you can completely take advantage of that and create one of these layers to create these very dynamic color variation gradients, however you want to call it. So this is the difference again. Yeah. My PC thanks you for this information. No worries, Storm Shooter. I thought Sub already had a light generator. Is this to have more control? Yeah, so this is just, I think, a little bit easier on your PC. It's just to load the map. I think it's more straightforward as well. There is a light generator, but it comes down to this exact same thing. Light generator just looks at your world space normals as well, I think. And but it's much more complex. And if you don't need all these complex options, then I would say just go with something very simple like this. Because if you have like 20 different materials and they all have like a bunch of gradients, then it's kind of nice to have something that's doesn't have too many instructions for your PC. So yeah, I'm just gonna rename these things. Doesn't really matter what. So this is kind of how I build a little bit of color variation without really doing anything. So I'm just gonna make this a little bit more subtle. Again, being very careful with the actual brightness value. Okay. Next up. I usually have like a base values where I kind of control the all the other junk, you know? Like roughness, that's how shiny it is. And metallicness. I always just set the metallicness once and it's in here, and I just set it to 0 in case it's just a non-metallic object. Set it to 0. Here you can also like click opacity, click emissiveness, and just make sure it's on the right setting. And then in all these layers above it, you just make sure you don't have any metallicness information or emissiveness information. Next up, we have a baked concavity and convexity map. I'm just gonna plug in the stuff that I baked in Marmoset. So there we baked a cavity and a concavity. Sorry, that's the same. A cavity and a convexity map. And it just looks something like this. It's just for very sharp crevices like this. So all it does is something like this. So usually I just put levels behind it and I can control it, see how sharp I want it. So yeah, I'm gonna make it a little sharper. It's really up to you. Just play with it, see what looks right. It really depends on your bakes. And you can also blur it a little bit, either before or after. So yeah, this is gonna add like a little bit. It's gonna push your details. In this case, I'm building the skin, and you probably don't want these very sharp stuffs on skin. Looks a little bit weird since dirt doesn't really collect under your eyelids like this. But I'm still gonna keep it. I'm just gonna like give it appropriate dark color. I'm just gonna put the opacity very, very low. So you can still see it somewhat, the effect. I'm gonna put it on like 30% opacity. Next up, convexity, which is basically like an edgeware map. Like this. It's the exact same thing. I blur it. I play with levels. Because it's a very nasty map, as you can see. There's a lot of noise, a lot of junk. It's not pleasing. So you can kind of just crunch these values using the levels to kind of get something more usable here. Something like this. I'm mainly looking at the shell here. I don't think there's anything usable on the skin or very round surfaces like this. This all just looks very ugly. It even shows like a little bit of my brush strokes for my sculpt here. And that's stuff I would never want to show. So I think in this case, I'm not really going to use this. Maybe this edge around the mouth could be nice. But again, in the case of the skin, I'm just going to like give it a bluish color. Going to make it super subtle. In this case, even like 4 or 5% opacity. So yeah, there we go. What else do we have? Next up. Oh yeah, so what I've set up here is pretty much the same as what we had before, which is before we have this normal, like up and down gradient layer. Here I have the sides. So I have one grayscale conversion on the side, and then using linear add, I put one on the other side as well. So basically in one big mask, I have both sides like this. Also on top of this, I have a linear gradient that goes from the bottom. Don't think we need that actually. For some reason, I also have AO here. Not sure why I added these. But this layer is pretty much, if you look at base color, it's just gonna darken the sides a little bit. Just so his front pops a little bit more. But it doesn't have to be this dark in this case. Again, I'm gonna lower the opacity a lot. So yeah, this is the effect. Let's see, light top. Oh, this is the exact same thing as before. Which is grayscale conversion. But then on top of this, I have AO. And I also have a linear gradient, which kind of fades the bottom away. So it's really just gonna put extra emphasis on his dome. Like this. This is really the sun bleaching layer.
Dentai bag just figuratively smashed the follow button.
Dentai bag. Hello. Sorry, I sound probably really tired. But welcome to the stream. I've just been talking so much today. Yeah, I'm just kind of going through what layers I would use in Substance Painter to kind of create a nice base. These are all base layers, right? Okay, so this is really the sun bleaching layer. So yeah, upwards facing normals and then subtracting a linear gradient. Okay. Thank you, Bluka. That did wake me up. Maybe like 5%. I love how the music just spontaneously stopped. Even my browser was like, had a little bit of trouble computing that sound effect. Anyways, let's get through this. We're almost done with this layer stack, okay? You were saving up. You finally had enough points to buy this overly expensive art reverb. Oh my god. It's still so expensive. Well done, well done. In any case, here's like some final things. I just have gradients that are only linear gradients like this. These are not normal based gradients. These are just very nice to kind of pull your attention to the to the focal point, which in this case is the face. So if you just add something dark with this mask, you can see it's just a dark to light gradient. You might want to play with where you put this. So if this is like a aquatic creature, I'm just going to make it greenish. And in this case, I might want to put it a little bit lower. Now that you complained about how expensive it is, you must lower the price. It's a talkable. Nuh-uh. I didn't say anything. I wasn't complaining. I like your logic though. But my answer is nuh-uh. This is true actually. Huh. That actually is very convincing. I'm very upset. You know, there's a sound effect that's never been redeemed because it's also expensive. It's the directed by sound effect. And I forgot what it is. I think it's like the Seinfeld. Like, that's all folks sound effect. It's so expensive, but I don't think it should be. It's just a bit longer, I think. There you go. That's it. That's it. I completely forgot what that was. Thank you, Brad. I think you can find a lot of uses for that. It's just a very elaborate failed trumpet. I'll make it a bit cheaper though. Because it's pretty funny and it's not like I never want to hear it. I'll make it cheaper next stream. Okay, what's next? Oh yeah, so I have another linear gradient. This one is only at the top, like this. So you don't always have to use all of these. In this case, it's getting pretty bright up here, so I'm just not gonna use it. Just gonna delete it. And after all that, I finally get to the AO, which I have all the way on the top, which is just this. All right. Gonna give this a nice colorful tint. Like this. And there we go. This is how I layer my base colors. This is a very simple setup. It doesn't take into account. I'm previewing base color, by the way. So this is kind of how I create somewhat painterly-ish textures. Yeah. You might just want to do some painting on these masks still. So in this case, I like this gradient, but I don't really like how these legs get obscured by darkness. So I might just add like a paint layer on top of this mask just to like reveal a little bit more light on the leg here, just like this. So kind of manipulate the layers like this. Maybe up here on the foot. You know? So I always change these layers just a little bit. You know, if something bothers me. You just did that with magic. Well, hopefully it's less magical now I've revealed how I do it. But yeah, I can now basically, I'm just gonna call this what? Skin. I also have a layer that's just random a random noise, like a purlin noise. What's not a purl? No, sorry, it's just a random color noise, and it's upscaled, like a lot, like this. How do I show it? It's upscaled, so you get like some color variation in it, like this. Or should I use tint for this? Can kind of see what I mean, right? If you overlay this, make it a little bit brighter. Gonna play with the tiling a little bit. It's hard to see on stream actually, but it kind of adds like a little bit of variation here and there. Love how the till looks. Thank you, Brad. That's the part I was least sure about, so I'm glad you say that. I did try to make it as big as possible, just to make him a little bit more cute and balanced. So yeah, this is all. This is most of my my secrets now revealed to the world. Yeah. So what I would do from here. So I was previewing base color. I'm just gonna hit M to show the full PBR. So you can still see the base color through it, but there's like a lot of lighting information. Thank you, Kadwin. I would now play with the roughness, right? So I'm gonna go to my base value layer, and I'm like gonna play with how reflective these things are, and I would like cycle to my roughness layer, and you can already see like my concavity map is fully rough. I think that's fitting. I can use my AO, and I'm gonna. Oh, that's also rough. I'm like gonna play with this a little bit, right? So let's see. I'm just gonna look at my existing layers, and I'm gonna see. Let's say the gradient one. I can kind of make it a little bit more rough down here, and if I go to the normal up layer, I can make it a little. Wait. Oh, light top layer, I can make it this a little bit more reflective. You know, so I can kind of play with the layers I already have established during the color blocking phase. And I can now use that to control my roughness. So once I did that, I can duplicate this skin folder. I'm gonna call this shell, I don't know, belly. Now, I'm gonna add a black mask. I'm gonna click add color selection. And once we pick this color, we see our baked ID map. Right, so I'm just gonna click the belly, and now the mask is the belly. Pretty straightforward. So yeah, now everything that's in this folder is only affecting the belly like this. So yeah, I would like hide all these layers again. I'm just gonna go through this one by one really quick. Just gonna make this orange. Or what is it, more like beige? Like this. Like this. Normal down. What is it? We're gonna make this greenish to suggest like algae or something. Let's see, normal up. This can maybe be a bit blue to reflect skylight. Like this. Then base values. So the concavity, we can make this like maybe a red or something warm. convexity. I don't know. Doesn't matter that much. So now we go to our gradient. This is too big for just this belly, this mask. So I'm just gonna tweak this so it only covers the stomach. Like this. There we go. Yeah, truthfully, it's all a lot of the same things. See, light top, we don't need this layer. I'm just gonna delete it. AO would be very nice. So I'm just gonna give this AO like a warm color maybe. Yeah. This is how I would create this shell. Can make it a little bit brighter like this. And see how easy that was? We already have all the layers established. And now boom, suddenly we have a belly shell. Texturing is pretty straightforward. So yeah, I would do the same thing then for this outer shell and etc. Any questions? I hope that kind of helped demystify PBR texturing. Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh! Holy shit!
Holy
Hecknarsa.
Mausers. Echnarsa just subscribed. What in the world? What in the heck? Why would you do this?
Echnarsa. Thank you so much. Oh.
Echnarsa just figuratively.
Oh my
Smash
gosh.
the follow button.
I can't believe this is the first time someone hasn't followed me, but only subscribed. And I'm pretty sure you've never even commented in the chat. Echnarsa, thank you so much. From a lurker to a subscriber. I really, really appreciate it. That's very, very kind of you. Wow, what a treat to end our No. You're kidding. Oh my god. Mr.
Holy
Good.
Mausers. MRCan27 just subscribed. What in the world? What in the heck? Why would you do this? Wah 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 hoo.
Oh my god,
Choo
Mr.
choo.
Good.
MRCan27
no.
started a new hype train. All aboard.
Also, for some cheddar, you're nuts. You're nuts. Thank you so much, Mr. Kent, to choose to spend your prime on this measly channel. Oh my gosh. How incredibly kind of y'all. That really made my day. Seriously, thank you so much. Oh, I'm so tired. I cannot muster too much energy, but y'all are so lovely. Thank you so much, guys. Yeah, I'm hyped for 3D. It's cool to watch you. I'm so glad to hear that. Starting out with Thunder, been studying 2D art for a bit. That's awesome. Yeah, if you have any questions whatsoever, I'm here to help. This goes for anyone. You don't even need to be subscribed. Just go to the Discord channel. Just post in feedback, please, and I'll do my best to help you out with overpaints or whatnot. And I'll be live 3 times a week. If you need any help, you can always just hop in the chat and ask me, and I'll do my best to answer your questions. Dante Bag, welcome for some chatter as well. Please remember the U effect that creates some stains of color. Yes, exactly. That's the one we have enabled here right now. For example, on the belly. Might want to like make it a little bit more prominent depending on the material. But yes, choo choo. Oh, I'm so grateful, guys. Wait. Um, you know what? I feel I'm gonna give this up. How do I give this up? Y'all deserve it. I don't know who this goes to. I'm not even sure if it's someone who's active in the chat or someone who's not active in the chat. Does anyone know how that works? Give this up. I think it's random. Okay, I'm just gonna give one. Whatever. Proceed. Y'all are so sweet to subscribe, like at the last. There we go. Oh my god, guess who got the sub?
What the heck? Manu _makes generously gifted 1 subscriptions. Wowzers.
Stop it. Bruh. You know, this is so beautifully poetic. I am Murlocs. Literally, it was not a sub yet, but he gifted a sub last stream without being a sub himself. So how beautiful is it that the next gift sub goes to him? Oh my god, how wholesome. How incredibly wholesome. All right, I'm going to spam some sparkles in the chat so we can see it on the stream. I'll take it. Yeah. Excellent. Okay, guys, you can probably hear it from my voice. I'm pretty tired. It is almost 12 midnight for me. I feel so bad for for stopping after we have a sub train. However, I will be back. I'm here 3 times a week, every day at 7:30 CET. You can see when that is for your time zone on. If you scroll down on the stream, you have a little countdown. Today was really fun. We did some feedback for people, some overpaints. We started texturing. And we're going to have a lot more fun next stream, which is on Wednesday. So I would love y'all to have a good night. And to my European friends, sleep well. Good dreams. To my American friends, Canadian friends, what have you. Enjoy dinner, I guess. Do you have dinner yet? I don't know. Enjoy your desserts. I need a script for this. I'm so terrible at ending these streams. Egnarsa, thank you. Finally, your first message after subscribing. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you for our new subs. I'm eternally grateful. This has been really fun once again. Hope to see you next time. Good night.
scope, not necessarily for the characters. But it'd be funny if it's like someone like Charizard was battling, I don't know, like Jigglypuff, and then Charizard dies. Because happens. Menu Makes, thank you for the raid. Hi everyone. Hi, how's it going? How was your stream, buddy? How was it? I was lurking a little bit earlier. It seemed like you were making emotes, but I'm not sure. But that guy that you made was so freaking cute. What the hell? Oh, the little teeth. I loved it. Hi, Brad. Brad Damons. Hi, Menu. How was it? How was your stream? Did you get a lot of laughs? Did you get a good time? And also, if you need to dip out, feel free to do so, because I know it could be tiring. So don't feel obligated to chit chat. But if you want, tell me the play by play now. We have some new emotes. Yes. Oh. Who am I? Let me shout out Manu Makes, of course. If you guys haven't seen what he's doing, he's not only a great 2D illustrator, but he's also a great 3D artist, and he's doing the first gen Pokemon. So if you guys are fans, I am Murlocs. Thank you for the follow, and I think with that, guys, I think we hit 400. I startled. What the hell? um, Yay, 400. I am Murlocs. Give, give me this. Pound it. Ah, man. Thank you guys so much. Um, so I guess next week I will set up our followers stream. So if you guys don't know, every 100 followers, I do the class of that new 100, and I sculpt what I think my followers look like. And most of the time it's 100% accurate, so yeah, definitely look um, and check it out next week. So I'll be starting my followers sculpt